Greetings, folks. This is a simple audio test. This mic sounds fuzzier than I remember it being. I'll have to play around with the EQ settings or jostle a wire or two. Thank you, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Welcome to the pre-stream. Hopefully you are doing well. Glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy your stay. How goes your day? Let's figure out where to put the thing. Maybe up there. Do my best. Oh, sounds... Gonna have to bust out the extra AC unit. I fear it's warm. Yeah, no. It's warm for me too. I mean, I do have my air units turned on. I have to fix a fan, as I can see above me. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Looks like the stream time has started. So let's go ahead and take care of this, shall we? Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable, and welcome back to another episode of Lies of P. Probably stands for Pinocchio. I think I'd be right on that. How's everyone doing today? If you hadn't answered in the pre-stream already. Hopefully well, hopefully well. Last time we got started on the game, we made our way inside Krot, and we fought a circus puppet, and then we proceeded to go through, Isabel, Rose Street, get a key, go defeat a guy who was apparently harassing our dad, Geppetto. Maybe perhaps for the right reasons. And, Geppetto has asked us to clear out City Hall of puppets that are there. And along the way, we also met two people. One wants a whistle of an old police puppet that they used to play with. And the other is a woman who is suffering from petrification disease, and she wants to hold her daughter in her arms. Once again, despite how transmissible the petrification disease is, she wants to do it anyway. And so we're a good boy, and we're gonna help her out. Also, I hope everybody enjoys the thumbnails that have been coming out for the Twitch and YouTube. Like, I do pull these photos from various locations, but I do make edits to them. As you can no doubt tell by the starting soon screen, I blue shifted the photo and then added some what I'll call creative touches. Kudos to you if you can spot them. Ma'am, in a pandemic, something tells me that lady ain't gonna wear a mask. Yeah. If the town weren't in a full-blown apocalypse, you know, then I would chide her for not wearing anything protective, but there's almost nobody left to infect. Almost. And she's by herself anyway. She's already been quarantined. Meh. Good shot at, like, post-pandemic humor, though. Yeah, I knew it was a joke. Anyway, before we get started, I do want to take an opportunity and just kind of flash off the contributors for this month's cycle. I don't have any current donators, that's fine. I want to thank people for donating anyway. Last month, that really helped out. It really did. That's $30 more I have in checking to combat the checking fee, like the holding fees. And then I still want to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for their Prime subscription last month. I really do appreciate it. Enjoy those Prime benefits and those sweet emotes. I think I have the fringes of an idea for another one. I'll just go ahead and shift over to the correct scene, shall we? Bank fees are such a scam. They are. I get it. The bank has to do something to account for overhead office costs, but I don't have to like it. And they do seem scummy. Let's load where we last left off, shall we? Hopefully everybody likes this game. If nobody knows what this is by chance, welcome to Lies of P. It is a Souls-like, and I would say it's the best non-FromSoft Souls-like ever. Ever. I'm that bold about it. I think, what is it? Echoes of Enetria or something like that? It's like another Italian-inspired Souls-like. I've not seen much about it other than it's pretty difficult. We'll figure that out together, won't we? This game is very pretty. Let me just start with that. This game is super pretty to look at. And I do want to say that NeoWiz Games and Round 8 Studios did Carlo Lorenzini's tale justice. At least I like to think so. Not only did it do it justice, but it managed to playfully tap dance around all the Disney restrictions pretty well. They're very practiced at their craft. What was I saying? I was saying something. Trying to think if there was anything beforehand that I was supposed to springboard off of. I put this out in the Discord. I'll mention it again. And much to the chagrin of my Discord, I suppose. I am working on a new soundboard. I want to say one of my features moving forward will definitely be a partially rotating soundboard. There are some pieces that I want to be constant. I have a handful of favorites. It's my soundboard after all. But I do think a partially rotating soundboard is a good idea. To that end, while I will be pulling quotes from this game, I am also going to try my hand at tastefully editing some quotes from other media sources. For this game, there are two I'm thinking of. One is the 1940s Disney film, Pinocchio. It's simply called Pinocchio. And that means sitting down with Audacity and snippeting out what I want. There are lots of great quotes in there. Just gotta find ones that are suitable for being bent out of context. The other is I want to say it's a Netflix series called Once Upon a Time that kind of like mishmashes all the Disney tales together and some other sources as well. If you guys know of any quotes or like scenes with clear audio that I can kind of like twist to my benefit, please let me know. I'm very interested in what you guys think would be a suitable soundboard inclusion, and it's yet another way for the viewers, the audience, to put their own touches on this stream. I pride myself on this. I pride myself on this with my tabletop playgroup. I bring in a TV network show. Yeah, Disney owns both. Okay. Yeah, I'll need to like find some way to edit the audio somehow. I'll be keeping a nice heavy eye on copyright notices this time. What was I saying? Sorry, I'm still operating partially under sleep deficit. Oh, right. I remember. With my play group, I make custom content for them, and they also bring ideas to me to implement back into the tabletop game itself. So I consider the Eroding Cage to be as much of a magnum opus for me as is for them. It's a group endeavor. We all kind of make content for it together. I do make most of it and code everything for it, but I like to think that it's a group effort at this point. I really do. And the same is true of the soundboard. The soundboard is a way of, I want to say it's another small, subtle way of me giving back to you guys by allowing direct influence into the content itself. That said, I have rambled at you long enough. Long story short, Lies of P is a Souls-like. It's a very good one, and I hope to explore that with all of us together. Twitch, say hi to YouTube, by the way. We're multi-streaming. YouTube, you get the pleasure of the thumbnail, by the way. I hope you like it. I did some small edits to it. I'd like to think I'm getting really good at that, by the way. Yes, if you guys couldn't tell, it's a little hard to see, but I'm using the Ghost Chat extension for Twitch, Kick, and Trovo. It works for all three, and it allows me to display chat on the screen. As per my affiliate agreement, I cannot display YouTube on the screen, or I would. It's bullshit, but those are the rules I have to live by. So live by them I will. Also, as a one more little reminder, those of you on Discord will get annoyed with me at this point, but starting Thursday, so that's 2 days from now, I'll be streaming at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time instead of 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am doing some pet drops for a client, and I'm going back and forth to their house multiple times per day, and so that, unfortunately, the dinner time part of the job, I have to let them out at right about the time I would have to stream. Granted, I'm only there for an hour, but I still think it would be much better if I just played around the job times completely instead of trying to stream right after I get back from the evening portion of the job, and then I miss the morning portion of the job, to provide a little more context. Gotta go pick up mom and such. Hope all goes well with your new clients. Thank you, me too. They're a pretty nice group of people. Gotta pick up mom. Yep, gotcha. Good news is that the schedule shift should only be happening for Thursday and Friday. Just putting out the bookkeeping notices now. Let's get started. We've gotten a good chunk of the stuff done. We just actually gotta go to City Hall. Hopefully everybody likes the color scheme I've chosen for the overlays and everything. This game is, I want to say there are two major color schemes. One's like black with a tinge of red or gray. It's very downcast, but like blue color is also very prominent. So I went more with the Stargazer extra dimensional theme as opposed to the traditional like dark gritty theme that most people probably would have done for the overlay. We want to go to City Hall because there are things I gotta find here. There's a baby and a whistle we gotta find because people asked us to go find those things. Knowing Souls-likes, if we find a baby, we're not going to find a real one. I'm just going to call it out right now. Because if anyone remembers Dark Souls 3, there's a boss named Osiris the Cursed King, or the Consumed King, and he was a dragonoid human being that was really large, and he held his arm like this, like it was holding a baby, right? You're cradling a baby. Or in order to get the baby, you gotta fight the caretaker first. We'll see. I'm willing to bet this game is gonna pull some kind of twisted, it's not a real baby though. Anyway, initially there was like a real baby in Osiris's arm. They edited that out. The scream is there when Osiris crushes what he's holding in this hand to go into phase 2, but there's just nothing there. Bloodborne does that, but yeah, probably. I'm trying to remember which way I'm supposed to... Right, let's switch to the weapon I actually want to use. Remember that I'm not playing Dragon Quest. Okay, so this is where we saw Geppetto. This is not Dragon Quest coin. You do not run with the right trigger. This is gonna be fun. We want to head over this way. I am going for an advanced build, meaning I'm not focused on strength or dexterity quite so much. Sorry, let me get the actual stat names correct. It's motivity and technique. Motivity and technique. Those are essentially the strength and dexterity stand-ins, and advance is like the arcane luck stand-in. Why are you teaching me to use the Legion arm here, except to, like, break guard, possibly? It'll take me a second to get used to the controls, which isn't good given where we're going. We're headed to City Hall, and I know there's a boss there. I've seen some of Lies of P, and so I just know there's something at City Hall. Though, honestly, I think if I hadn't seen Lies of P, during various periods when I wasn't sure I was ever going to play it, or I would wake up to it, I could guess that there's going to be a boss at the City Hall. Because it's like a big area, there's multiple quests that link to it. It just makes a lot of sense. Is that a new item? Attribute no, it is not new. You could probably guess which one it is too, based on the enemies along the way. Yeah, probably. Not a good start. I have to remember that I need to guard, I need to guard attacks here. I'm still Elden-pilled. I'm still Elden Ring-pilled. I'm used to dodging things. Especially for the Deathless Challenge run. You guys are gonna see what happens when, you know, someone from Elden Ring or Dark Souls plays a game like this. I would say if you wanted to make yourself more in tune with what Lies of P asks you to do, you want to play Bloodborne. Because Bloodborne will, you kind of have to parry things in, Bloodborne. Elden Pill, this man is out here dodge and jump maxing. Yes. Yes, I am. Look, one other reason I thought to play Lies of P is that it doesn't take me too far from the Soulsborne wheelhouse. So when, I'm sorry, is this supposed to mean something? Yeah, Elden Pill, that's a pretty good shortening for it. It's not too far out of my wheelhouse. We sound so old. A bit, yeah. It's like a big open area. The boss isn't for a while yet, I don't think. What I'm looking for is like a bench, I think. Cront News issue 1124. Okay. And we are going to read everything in here. I mentioned that in the first episode, but I am wanting to showcase things, so we're going to read. Mr. Vanini's ambition to make a jolly police mascot puppet for City Hall. Is this bench your bonfire site of grace? No, those would be the stargazers. This bench is just a normal bench, but it has a side quest item on it. This is the consequence of reading ahead for a thumbnail, by the way. I just kind of happened to look for things. For City Hall ended in failure. His passion to make a trustworthy friend for the citizens and a strong officer who overpowers criminals was in the right place, but turned out to be excessive. The new police officer puppet's overcharged storage battery exceeded its capacity, causing chain explosions, malfunctions, and serious body damage. The city council recommended disposing of the puppet on the grounds that its appearance intimidates visitors, but Mr. Vanini and the taxpayers protested, halting the council's plan in its tracks. The puppet still lies abandoned behind City Hall to this day while the lawsuit is ongoing. The interesting thing is, even when the puppet is unattended, it performs a number of its mascot roles. It is especially popular with kids and even appears to react and respond to the playing of children. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. However, it has led to more slum children entering City Hall and causing inconvenience to visitors. You leave that police puppet alone, Crot City Council. The children actually like the thing. Don't torch it. The city council is considering exhibiting the puppet only occasionally as a means to restrict entry. Oh, hello. Will you be my friend? Did, Thomas, I think that's the guy's name? No, it's Toma. I think it's Toma. Did Toma write this for, you should definitely not be telling me my Bluetooth is running low. I mean, don't most children like farm animals? Slash joke. That is true, I guess. Felt like a kappa would have also worked there. Okay, I thought there was an item. Will you be my friend? Everyone is gone. I'm all alone forever. Don't weep, Toma. I will find the whistle for you, which is what you asked. Oh, yay. And for this upcoming fight, I happen to know it's got to be like perfect guards or bust. Nice. Unfortunately, this is where you gotta head out. Fair enough. You did say that earlier. Have a good rest of your stream. Since I have to set up the AC unit tonight, I won't be returning most likely. It's a bit of a process. Thank you for being here for any length of time, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Have a safe trip. And may the rest of your day be in comfort.
Oh, no. No survivors here. What do we do? Just give her that baby puppet?
Gemini, what are you suggesting? Are you about to tell me that I need to give this woman a baby puppet? Not even a real baby, a baby puppet. I'm sorry, what? That is supremely cruel. A broken puppet covered in wounds. It was left in the City Hall garden. A luxury item that the child of a rich family once played with. It is unknown where the puppet's owner is. We're gonna have to give that mom, damn it, I got Dragon Quest on the brain. I was playing, Dragon Quest 11S, to set up for recording, but and I use the triggers to run there, so I'm used to swinging randomly with the trigger in this game, unfortunately. Yeah, we got a baby puppet. A puppet baby. Yay. We're gonna delude someone into thinking, with her eyes crusted fully over with hard petrification scales, that she's holding a baby, and instead she's holding a puppet. That's awful. The game is presenting us with some hard choices on what we want to lie about, huh? I'm starting to get the hang of perfect guards, but obviously it's going to differ for every enemy, and I can't exactly rely on, you know, just doing it randomly. Like, I'm going to have to start doing it with practice. Puppet Destroyer's Amulet. Increases damage inflicted on puppets. An amulet that can be equipped on a puppet. Information and memories that are useful for movement can be imprinted on the symbol to draw out special powers. Crush, crush, crush. The executioner puppet didn't know the reason or significance, but carried out his role. Yes, I know. Thank you, game, for letting me know that I am slightly heavy. We're fine. It's not easy. Use the star fragment at the cracks calling next to the boss area to summon a specter. It will help your character in the boss battle. Sure. So we gotta fight this thing. There's a bench with the whistle, and I can't remember if what I read about it being in the boss area is accurate. Also, it should go without saying, guys, but we might be here a little bit while we figure out the deal with the boss. Go ahead and rest. We need to empty ourselves of Ergo. So we're gonna go back to Hotel Krot. And go sell some things. And maybe also, like, upgrade a weapon somehow.
I know my way around a weapon.
Eugenie, I would love for you to... Okay, we do not have a hidden moonstone necessary for the upgrade. I'm holding the trigger to speed through again.
Welcome to
Sell the vivid fragment in this.
I'll use my power to...
Interestingly, I could either leave myself heavy and get more health, or I could just not be heavy at all. I'm gonna go for not heavy at all, and then try to maybe get... a handle on, you know, how to fight the boss properly. Can I just comment on how pretty this game is again? I love the architecture and design for Hotel Krot. Like I said, call me a bourgeois if you want. But do we have a record? We could check the records in our possession and have absolutely nothing. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Krot City Hall. I don't know what the red and blue icon, or red and gray icons are for. Those might be the effects of amulets we're wearing. And those are just a way to represent that on the UI. Not good. Don't lock me on that. So you walk through. Thankfully, there's this guy that we're gonna ignore for obvious reasons. Might as well use our Legion arm here. Because it's probably not going to be effective on the giant boss we're going to be fighting. Alright, we're going to grind our weapon back up. I'm going to review our Fable Arts one more time. Okay, we're probably not going to be using the rushing smash very much. Oh, so that's what the star fragments are for. Sure. Might as well show it off. It probably activates in the boss fight. All right, we're at City Hall. Let's make Geppetto proud. Wink, wink. Well, damn. Damn, does Pinocchio have an incredibly short reach. Okay, he switched focus. Eliminated. Small... Oh, you just get it from the boss. Oh, no, 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 no. I think it's this. Friends. A faded whistle. Yeah, we got a different puppet for that. P organ core part. A key part that can activate the P organ. Activating the P organ allows quartz to be equipped. The P organ is the quintessence of the brilliant craftsman Geppetto's puppet skills. Rare parts are necessary to develop a device like that. And then we have the overcharged storage battery, Legion Arm core part, the scrapped Watchman's central core. Legion Arm with immense power that can be crafted by Eugenie or the Vanini craft machine. The plan of Krotz City Hall Watchman ultimately failed. The Watchman, whose storage battery had swelled and back had bent horribly, became an angry judge and swept through Elysian Boulevard. That was the place I was thinking of. We now have the Broken Hero's Ergo. Obtain Ergo plus 5,000. Ergo obtained from the scrapped Watchman. It is packed with immense power. A treasure hunter may want this rare Ergo. The Watchman contorted and broke from the adult's desires. However, he never forgot the children who considered him their friend. Now, I want to point out something about the bosses that I've learned. You saw that distorted text, right? Well, in New Game Plus, we'll be given a decoder that hello. We'll be given a decoder that lets us see what those messages are. So I might play through it again just to see those. Dear citizens of Krotz, the factory has been occupied by the puppets. Whatever the cause, Vanini Company is responsible for it. I, Lorenzini Vanini, am going alone to stop those devils. The factory is very dangerous now. Stay out of it and keep safe. The rest I'll leave to Mr. Geppetto, whom I trust more than anyone. God save us all. Regards, Lorenzini Vanini. Lorenzini Vanini. Vanini. Okay, yeah, I kind of have to like roll my tongue against the upper part of my lips slightly, or it sounds more like panini instead of Vanini. Remember, these names are Italian, so anytime you see a convention like this, it might do you some good to hold on to that convention. There's a reason it's called baloney instead of Bologna. It's a loan word. It's supposed to be strange. English has tons of loan words, which of course make this difficult on everybody. Did we actually manage? We did not read through all the collectibles. There's one missing. Oh no, right. The small wooden officer puppet. A shapeless toy carved from wood and painted over. It has the strange appearance of a hunchback, but it was obviously made with care. Winter, abandoned by the adults. The children let go of their childhood to survive. Spring, the broken police puppet accompanied the children's whistles and restored the children's laughter. Summer, the children made Murphy by carving wood and painting him with stolen paint. Fall, Murphy, who received Murphy as a gift, never let go of it. You know, I'll say it. I'll say what everyone might be thinking out loud about the police. We did have a joke earlier about farm animals, after all. I personally think that the police force in the United States, I can't speak about the Polizione or the other police forces that are around the world, but specifically in the US, I think we could do by making all police into what we would call police robot operators. PRO. Why? Because too often we have had police get into entanglements that they weren't trained for. By ensuring that police are only sent out, and when I say police, I mean the response robots, are sent out on calls that actually warrant a police presence, it turns the police into a unit of the government that can stop crime as it's happening. Whereas, I don't know if this makes sense to anybody, but the police in the United States are not for stopping crime midway, although police officers on scene are told to give their lives perhaps to do so. It's why send a human into that type of situation where they could get shot at when we could just have a robot take the beating? We could have an android take the beating. We can repair them with parts. They're replaceable in the sense that, you know, like a assembly machine is replaceable. Not that you shouldn't provide care into your robots. I kind of view, if you're going to use automated robots for things, you need to treat them with about the same level of care as you treat livestock. You need to comfort them, maintain them, take care of them, oil them, and don't disrespect them, and don't view them as property to be discarded. View them as a tool. Take care of your tools, and take care of them well. Take care of your tools, and they will take care of you. Mistreat them, and they won't last long. Or, in the case of something that can be imbued with even a basic level of sentience, don't be surprised when it bears its appendages at you and kills you for your mistreatment. Okay, we need to figure out where I'm supposed to be going. And you know, if a robot or an android does something that's just unforgivable, you can decommission the unit. You can have whoever's operating that robot be put on leave. And you know, you can take the police jurisdiction or unit to court. There are legal recompenses for this sort of thing. There really are. Okay, let's teleport into the house here. Oh, I think I have to go back. We have to figure out where that's supposed to be. Because here's the thing. We have judges. We have people who are designed to arbitrate. I say designed, that's the wrong word. We have people whose sole job it is to arbitrate disputes. You need judgment for those types of things. You don't need, if you're already gunning for a person, you're not interested in using judgment. You just need something to follow orders. And it's much better to not have humans try to exercise the finer points of judgment over each other. It's better to put a robot or some other android in the crosshairs. Of course, if androids become sentient, then, you know, we'll have to re-examine that rule then. I want to go, what? It's like... We'll figure out where it is. Don't worry. But I think American police have committed too many unforgivable sins. Too many malpractices of law to be redeemable. The redemption is unitary collapse. And the officers who are guilty of carrying out malpractices of law have to be judged in accordance to the very laws they broke. That's personally what I think. But you have to ask yourself, if you're going to get rid of police, which I don't mind if that's what people's viewpoints on this are, you have to have a system in place. And don't say psychologists, don't say trained domestic dispute operators, because that isn't the only thing that the police respond to. Not only that, but if you just send therapists to go disarm a domestic dispute, they could get shot at. And you'll end up with a different group of people vilified instead of actually solving the problem. You shift who's doing it. That's it. That's all your little stunt of shifting it over to therapists did. Congratulations. It certainly feels better in the short term, but in the long term you disservice human society, and you put therapists through an ungodly amount of stress. I could already say a lot about putting therapists through stress as is. Like, therapists can develop, psychologists can develop disorders and mental health issues of their own from dealing with patients. If you don't think that's likely, go read an article. There are plenty of research articles that demonstrate this. It turns out dealing with people's mental health issues takes a toll on people whose job it is to help other people navigate through mental health issues. Eventually, you gotta stop doing it, or you just end up having problems. It becomes a whole mess. I think mechanization of the police force would fix a lot of things, and it would turn the disputes mostly into logistical ones. And the most you could say is, this robot killed my friend, killed my family, killed innocent civilians, deprogrammed them, put them to death. That is the most that can happen. Hello, ma'am.
You found her, kind one. I could sense her from miles away. Oh, my sweet Elena. Please let me hold her. There, my baby. I've missed you so much. What do you think? Isn't my baby adorable?
She's a cute baby.
That's right, kind one. You've granted me my only wish. My sweet Elena. We're going to be happy now. Thank you so much, kind one. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude.
Field, close your eyes. Play records you obtain while playing the game can be played using the gramophone at the hotel. You can listen to the music on the records to obtain humanity. Close your eyes, dance the night away, everything will feel better. A song that quietly comforts the dark. Feel, a voice to accompany you in the sadness of night. Alright, so now we have to find... We gotta find where the other guy was, and I don't remember where he is. But if you're gonna, like I was saying, if you're going to do away with the police force, no matter what reason you're providing, you need a backup, and you need a suitable backup that isn't hello, we missed this. Okay, yep, it's just the same thing. You need a suitable replacement. You cannot just do away with it and leave nothing. You will invite lawlessness. Which, granted, if you want a Fallout-style society where people steal from you, you steal back if you shoot them. If they shoot you, you shoot them. Okay, I guess. That's not really the type of society I want to live in, so I might have to fight you on those grounds. But if you want society to continue functioning, you have to provide a replacement. And I think a mechanized police force where robots and androids are the ones interfacing with people for actual arrests and not real human beings means that the police can be trained more on solving domestic disputes. They would essentially be therapists in uniform with some combat training on the side to make sure that someone can't just overtake them in like a real scenario where they have to be deployed. That's all. Saying all that effectively means you don't have to rewrite. I mean, obviously, if you replace it with androids, you're still going to have to rewrite society from the ground up. There's not really much you could do about it. I think American society is on the way out the door because there are just too many different axes on which we are divided in order to truly be united anymore. Is it this window? I basically have to check every window to find this guy. He's one of the ones that isn't marked. Does that color your perception of me? Probably should. To the police officers who are doing your jobs, thank you. You're doing your job. Especially ones that are doing their jobs, actually saving lives and solving disputes without just using force to end it. Thank you. But also, there are far too many of your people in uniform that are committing like brazen abuses of the law. And it doesn't matter how many good ones there are too many bad ones left over. The only thing to do is restart. Honestly, I think American society needs that at this point. It just the collapse needs to happen. It needs to happen so that a new nation, or new nations, plural, can be reborn out of it. And then people that can tolerate each other's guts, because adversarialism doesn't work. That is a critical error that the founding fathers made in assuming that society worked. People cannot perpetually operate at odds with one another. You need to have more in common than you do ideas in opposition. The Enlightenment is not fresh in everybody's brains anymore. People have returned to primal emotionalism as a way to cope through life because people are being unfair. There's always going to be a return to that. Human history has cycles. There are periods where people can think in the abstract, and then there are periods like right now that serve as stark reminders that we're still animals. And we can't think in abstracts as a species forever. We run out of that. Eventually we have to return to the real world and think in concrete things that actually affect us every day. That's the human condition. And I wish people would stop saying we're aliens or we're not real animals. We are. We just have a complicated brain. We can actually think in abstractions for like a hot second and survive. I am trying to find this guy. It's not really working. I may have to look at a video. We'll see. You can only think in logic for so long, gentlemen. Trust me, it's something I know firsthand. Is it this window here? No, it's not. It's exhausting. So here's what I'm gonna do, because we're approaching break time. I'm gonna go look at a video for this and figure out where our quest giver is supposed to be. And when we return, we're gonna do exactly that. For those who haven't been here before, I take 5-minute breaks. I generally play 90 seconds of ads during them as well. Thanks to anyone who sits through those, by the way. YouTube, it's going to be a lonely 5 minutes for you. Sorry about that. But I'm not a YouTube partner, so I don't have any of those same levers that other YouTube partners have. But I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. I greatly appreciate it. It means a lot. And when we return, we're going to find our quest giver, and then we're going to talk to Geppetto and get sent somewhere else. I got some bones to pick with Geppetto, at least this version of him. Anyway, see you guys after the break. Thank you. Wanted to come back a bit early. Hopefully everybody is handling well. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. Well, this is technically the pre-intermission. How's everybody enjoying the game? Hopefully well. I looked up the information. I know where I'm supposed to go now. Which is good. And it's pretty easy now that I've figured it out. Well, what kinds of games are you guys playing these days, by the way? A good Twitch acquaintance of mine. His name is Reverb Bone. He plays quite a few things. I've seen Skyrim. Crab Champions? Oh, God. I'm definitely misremembering some things. Stray. And I'm sure some other stuff in the past as well. Let's give a shout out for Mr. Reverbone, actually. I hope I'm spelling that correctly. Yep. Okay, good. Good. Glad I got the spelling on that correct. Also, welcome back. The official welcome back to everybody on Twitch and YouTube. How are y'all doing? Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Really appreciate it. If you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so, please follow or subscribe and turn those notifications on. They really help the two channels a lot. Sharing the VOD with your friends, spreading the message on personal discords in channels where you can do so, also really helps. I mean that. Let's get back to Liza P. We got more Carlo Collodi's work to enjoy. Okay, so let's find our stargazer again, and I'll kind of know where we're going. If I remember correctly, from the video I was watching, it's like it's either right here or down that ladder. Just gonna check my 6. Should be this one right here.
If only we could play together like we used to. Murphy, I miss you. If only we could play. Murphy.
Oh, I think we have to use the whistle here.
Hey, that sound. Is that you, Murphy? I know that whistle. It must be Murphy. Thanks for coming by. I want to play, but I feel too sick. I don't think I can. I miss Zach and Sophie and Eric. I wish we could all play.
Damn, dude. I think we just watched Toma die. That's right. We killed Toma indirectly, but I think the shock of, like, hearing his friend really... Toma sort of felt he could let go, Yeah, I feel really bad. I even feel bad about the scrapped watchman, who, or I'm gonna call him Murphy, because that is his name, Murphy. All the children called him Murphy. I feel really bad about that, because the children essentially had formed a connection with Murphy, and the adults took that away from them. And I can't imagine that. Also, I think Murphy might have partially been awakening beforehand. But Geppetto mentioned this. They're called ergo puppets, where they sort of awaken. They're not supposed to awaken, by the way. So methinks that what happened is, because they were planning on decommissioning Murphy, was that Murphy awakened and started acting outside his normal protocol, and so the city hall came up with a convenient excuse to try to get rid of Murphy. F them. Want to know who the real perpetrators of this madness are? It starts with Geppetto and ends with the city council. And here's the thing, I don't think Geppetto worked with them. I think Geppetto had other machinations in mind. Why would Geppetto be here otherwise? There's some end game. There's gotta be some end game that Geppetto is working towards. Hello? Oh, you're up there. Records you obtain while playing the game can be played using the gramophone. You can listen to the music on the records to obtain humanity. Now, I did read into this, so I know how it works. You need to listen through the record completely. You need to do this. If you interrupt it at any point, you will not gain humanity for it. And you get one shot. If something happens, game over. We have feel. So for about 4 minutes, here's what's gonna happen. Twitch is going to mute this section of the video, and YouTube is going to have a copyright strike somewhere on this. I can feel it now. So let's just get that out of the way. If you want your enjoyment of this, it's gotta come from being on stream. So please join the stream, even if only to listen to pieces like this. I'm gonna be quiet during this.
Close your eyes, come to me, feel alright, just dance with me all through the night, turn it out, close to you, I feel good, 'cause I just know feeling of you, give it to me, baby, feel alright, I feel good, just want you to step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright, I feel good on you, alright, make a groove all night.
I really like this track, by the way. I like all the instruments.
Close your eyes, come to me, feel alright, just dance with me all through the night, turn it out, close to you, I feel good, There's no feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just walk your step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright. I feel good on you, alright. To make a groove all night.
It's tempting, but we're not going to cut this off yet. We gotta go the whole 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you to step with me, dance with me. Feel alright. I feel good on you. Alright. Make a groove all night. Close your eyes, come to me. Close your close your eyes.
Okay, can I just say that music selection is really good? I hope they're all like that. God, I'm struggling to fight back tears right now. Even slightly. I don't feel the urge welling up, but I do feel sentimental. I could just see it now. It could actually extract that record, and I could see myself holding a significant other dancing to it. And at the end, we each close our eyes and embrace a while. It's not that it's look, it's not even music I would use on foreplay. Yeah, it's dancing music. It's romantic music. And that's the fun part of a relationship. Is courtship, romance, intrigue, and bearing your souls to each other. Physical passion is, well, physical passion. Not much more to say. Feels good in the short term, but it does. Being physically fulfilled versus being spiritually and emotionally fulfilled are two different feelings, and the latter lasts a lot longer. If you're going for something in life, find a significant other. Find a person that completes you. And boys, girls, non-binary pals, don't play games of the heart unless you're prepared to lose yours in the process. Relationships are built on honesty. They're built on people telling each other the truth. Yes, you need to be considerate of people's feelings, but eventually a house built of cards falls. A house built of sand crumbles. A house built of lies comes crashing down. The only relationships that really last are ones whose foundations withstand the truth. Find someone that completes you, and hopefully you complete them in turn, and you both tell each other the truth. Don't be like Pinocchio here. We're glorifying lies to be human. because the subtle truths that Geppetto would have us find are a lot darker than he's letting on. There's a difference between the uncaring, unfeeling, cold truth and the compassionate warmth of truth of the heart. Those are two different things. Don't let this game conflate the two for you. Let's chat with everyone else first.
Welcome to Hotel Krat.
Okay, Tonia.
That sounds very dangerous. Geppetto usually isn't so reckless. The pain of his grief may be clouding his judgment. Dear, I shouldn't have said that. You and Geppetto are always welcome at this hotel. Geppetto's room is on the second floor. You can stop by whenever you like. People have no idea. People have thanks for... I'm an old friend of Geppetto.
That book reminds me. Have you ever heard all of but this who is?
Nothing more than that. You know, I want you to hold on to that, chat. Antonia said grief. That's the word that should come to mind. Grief. We were just talking about matters of the heart earlier. Grief is...
Cool part you got there. Come here for a sec, would you?
Sure. But before I talk to you, Eugenie... Lovely outfit, by the way. Grief is yet another matter of the heart, in which the truth is painful. But how else do you live other than confront the truth? You can lie to yourself for a while, but you eventually have to redress the grief somehow. You have to cope with it, deal with it, and find some way to move past it. Not past the thing that caused you grief necessarily, but past the grief itself. And find ways to deal with it that aren't self-destructive. That's the really hard part. I have friends and family who have killed themselves with alcohol poisoning or got behind the wheel of a damn car and killed themselves that way. I've had family, suicide themselves after drinking too much or doing hard drugs. You'll do anything for escape from whatever grief or problems are troubling you. It's why therapy is so important. Something I know all too well myself. I know I need it. I wouldn't say it if it weren't important. In this case, even though pot, meet, kettle, the pot is trying to talk to the kettle and tell the kettle to get its act together. You're going to end up like the pot, beaten up, discarded, and replaced. You don't want that. Get therapy, and don't go to BetterHelp. Don't go for a free therapist. By the way, BetterHelp has some controversies around it, but one of those controversies is less than half of its overall staffing force is fielded by real psychologists. They just pick up almost any schmuck off the street with like basic qualifications in dealing with kids or with teenagers. That's the person you're getting. You're getting people who may not care at BetterHelp. Don't do that. Go through actual medical channels and get a I hate using the word real therapist, but I mean, what else could I say if BetterHelp and places like that are going to give you charlatans and fakes? Then what else will do except a real one that only your insurance can provide? Obviously, there are also outreach programs. Please go use those. But nothing is a substitute for a properly accredited psychologist through an institution. Go see those. That's what they're there for. They study to help people. All right, Eugenie, I've blabbed long enough. What did you want to see me for? Was it the overcharged battery from earlier?
I picked up traces of high-powered energy originating far away. That's one mystery solved. Why don't we make a Legion arm with it? Mr. Vanini is the expert when it comes to Legion arms, but I'm pretty sure I can make one. The puppets get fried easily by electricity. If you use an electric Legion arm, it'll make your life easier.
Full menace. Take a work at the Venini Works machine. So at the left arm of steel, we have the puppet string, and we have full menace. We didn't even get a chance to read this. We read the left arm of steel in this one. Never mind. We did, in fact, read most of this. A Legion arm that holds powerful electricity. It accumulates electric blitz and discharges an electric shock. Lightning has been interpreted as God's authority and fury since ancient times. True. Very true. When you think of smiting someone, what else do I think of but God literally pointing his finger at someone and saying, enough. You've caused enough suffering. Die. God has smote people before. Typically, in the Bible, if God is going to undo someone, especially toward the Newer Testament, their own hubris tends to be their downfall. Or, in the case of the Pharaoh, God literally caused his heart to harden to the plight of the Canaanites. And so he was made to do awful things to serve as an example. Now God's fury descends to the earth, and it is being used to destroy steel monsters. Damn right. And the Legion arms essentially have different abilities, which is really interesting. It's really cool. I think I'll have to wait and get to Venini somehow before we actually, before we're able to upgrade it.
You're going to the factory to save Mr. Venini, right? He's the richest man in Krat. A little eccentric, maybe, but a good person. I heard he went to shut the factory down. I hope he's safe. I wouldn't want to lose my best customer. I know my way around a weapon.
Tell me about Venini. What do you know?
Mr. Venini is the richest man in Krat. His company manufactures most of Krat's exports. He's, peculiar, but a good-hearted man. Even though he's rich, he treats every employee with respect. I heard he went to shut the factory down. I know my way around.
Yeah, so I think Venini upgrades the Legion arms, which is fine. We spoke to Antonia, who told us about grief. Nobody else appeared to have anything new to say. So, Sophia, talk to me. What's wrong?
You saved Geppetto. Wonderful. He is on the second floor. He can hardly wait to see you. I'll use my power to help you.
Yeah, I'm gonna level up. Let's get some vigor this time. Vitality. Excuse me. Let's also get 1 point in vigor, and then we'll put a point in motivity and a point in advance, and that should be everything. I have a fun little fact I can reveal to you once we go see Geppetto. I want you to soak up every word he says, okay? I want you to soak up every word he has to say. I have my reasons for it. For now, hello, old man. Time has not treated you that kind. Well, actually, no, you could be worse for wear. Expecting him to be a little bit more gaunt than he is. Good to see you, Geppetto.
Ah, you've returned. Forgive a sentimental father for worrying about his son. Always remember that you're precious to me. Even when I ask you to do something dangerous. Speaking of which, there's a factory just beyond the Lycian Boulevard. It's packed with countless puppets. My friend, the inventor Vanini, went to stop them, but he never came back. Please, go save him and shut down the factory. P-organs are the source of your powers. Collect quartz to get the strength you need.
You guys might recognize that image.
Remember, the hotel is the last safe place in Krat. It's our only refuge in a city full of perils. It'll be extremely dangerous if anyone has ill intentions. Be careful who you tell about this place, especially if they're stalkers or alchemists. Be wary of dangerous people. And always be a good boy to me.
Use the P organs to activate, or P organ slots to activate your character's latent abilities. Equip quartz on the P organ to obtain its corresponding effect. If you equip each P organ, if you equip quartz at each of the slots in a single group, you can gain the group's synergy effect. Each time the synergy effects of two groups are activated, the next step is unlocked. You can get a greater variety of effects as you take your P organ to higher phases. I would like to move freely, please. Thank you. So we have 5 phases. There may be more after this as well. Enables another dodge in the middle of a dodge motion. That's probably extremely useful. Okay, and now each quartz. I'm trying to figure out, like what types of quartz I can activate here. Enable charge stagger, enhances the staggered attack of charge attacks. It enhances the attack of fabled arts, increases an enemy's stagger duration. Okay, so that's the offense type. It's guard, regain, recovery, lower damage when discharged, lower the damage received while dodging. Charge Legion with eliminating an enemy. Lowers charge attack stamina consumption. Perfect guard fable charge enhancements. Increases the amount of ergo gained from eliminating enemies. I actually think Legion charging when eliminating an enemy would be really good here. So each one of these spends quartz. And let's take less damage. Let's take less damage on discharge. We're gonna be spending a lot of time doing that. Okay, so I think we get extra quartz unlocks later. And I think we need to build out all of these different abilities before we get these, if I'm interpreting our instructions correctly. Geppetto, would you care to instruct me some more?
The city of Krat. It's probably not how you remember it, eh? Ask me any questions, and I'll fill in the gaps.
Okay, we need to talk to him about all of this. But the reason I said hinge upon every word that this man speaks. Listen to... If you go back and review the dialogue, there's a guy I'm using to process all the dialogue with. He's posted YouTube videos that's just previewing the dialogue over and over. Go listen to those videos. When Geppetto says the word dangerous, it should sound pretty similar to a famous Elden Ring character. It's the first one you get pub stomped by. Not counting like the field bosses such as the Tree Sentinel. I'm talking like the first real voiced boss you probably spend your time getting butt whooped to and then going back to later. Because by the time you meet him, you're too weak. Yeah, that boss and Geppetto here have the exact same voice actor. It may become apparent as you listen to the texture of his voice a bit more.
Venini Works is the puppet's main base. It's a factory where they manufacture more of themselves. Venini himself went to stop them, but I'm worried. He's an industrialist, not a fighter. Rescue Venini and shut down his factory. That will deny the puppets their reinforcements.
Also, the spacing between his words and the boss I'm talking about are pretty similar. Just throwing that out there.
The cathedral is famous for its wise and kind Archbishop, Andreas. He offers sanctuary to countless refugees there. The thing is, I've lost touch with him. Perhaps no news is good news, but I'm a suspicious sort. And if the puppets push towards the cathedral, it could be devastating. Go save the Archbishop and the refugees before it's too late.
Tell me about the Malum district, I think. I think that's how you say that.
I don't know what's happening in the Malum district. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood seized the neighborhood. And that's all I know. It was always a run-down neighborhood, but it's descended into anarchy, or worse. I'm hearing rumors of monsters rampaging through the district. Those poor people. They need your help, son.
And finally, about the street we were on when we met you. Tell me about that.
Rosa Isabel Street is a stronghold of the puppets. It's a hunting ground where the most dangerous puppets roam. I believe it's the epicenter of the puppet frenzy. After all, I detected the strongest wave of ergo there. Especially for someone as precious as you. It's a perilous place. And when you walk a dangerous path, my son, it's best to take it one step at a time.
And now we can use this chair to adjust our P organs anytime. P organ? Change shape. What do you mean change shape? That's not a function even I'm familiar with. We'll figure that out in time, hopefully.
You can get from City Hall to the factory with the key I just gave you. Venini gave me that key, and now he's missing. Rescue him if you can.
Sure, Geppetto. You're not going to tell me about that grief, are you? I haven't forgotten what Antonius said. What grief are you holding on to, Geppetto? I think I have an idea of what it is, actually. I'm piecing it together. I haven't read this far in, but if what Antonia says is true, then I want to say Pinocchio here isn't actually, well, even in the story, in like in Lorenzini's work, Pinocchio was not Geppetto's son or anything of the sort. Geppetto treated him like a son, but Pinocchio was always a puppet. Geppetto didn't suddenly lose knowledge of this. He just chose to ignore it. I think Geppetto was holding on to the grief of whatever happened with his real son. That's what I'm thinking. Whoever the real son is, maybe we'll meet them, maybe we won't, I don't know. But that's kind of what I'm thinking right now.
Now that we have a moment to talk, you must understand. The city is on its deathbed. The petrification disease spreads too fast, and the puppets rampage everywhere. Nobody knows what caused the disaster. Everyone in Krot is just trying to survive. That's why I found you. Our only hope, Geppetto's puppet. We're both unique. I am able to wield the power of Ergo. Power I used to call on you. That's all I can say for now. Please, save Krot.
So, and I know what you're probably thinking, guys. At least I can take a crack at it, right? What do you mean Geppetto's real son? What are you talking about? I want to point out that Sophia just said Geppetto's puppet. Antonia referenced Geppetto's son and said that him and his son were always welcome here. And everyone here knew, even though we could lie, they still referred to us as Geppetto's finest creation. They know we're a puppet. So I think the grief that Antonia is talking about has to do with Geppetto's son. I think I'm making very good inductive conclusions. We'll see if they're right. I'm willing to recant everything if it's wrong, of course.
People have no thanks for keeping.
Maybe we'll find a use for that, or that rare ergo eventually. Hopefully there's someone that can redeem that to something usable. And really want to use storage. So let's teleport to Krot City Hall. I am not above using specters to get by the content either. Who knows, maybe on repeat playthroughs, I'll, like, do it without the specters and see how hard it really is. Excuse me. So sorry, I had a bout of gas in my diaphragm there. Alright, let's check out our fine gauntlets. Pierces through guards and everything. Don't even have to waste weapon sharpness or anything. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to deal with, like, rowdy opponents. We just gotta kind of sit there and wait. Goodbye and good night, Sir Puppet. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten what I said before about the overlay. So you may notice on the bottom center of the screen. Bottom center? Yeah, bottom center, bottom middle, however you want to describe it. I have pictures of Geppetto, Sophia, and Pinocchio here. Like, why are those there? Those just random elements? No, they're actually not. I have to come up with an indicator that would be suitable, but there are 3 endings to the game. I know this from reading ahead. I read into the endings, but not what's involved in the endings. Other than it probably has to correspond with Pinocchio's humanity score somehow, which makes sense. After all, this tale is a reflection of Carlo Lorenzini's work. It only makes sense that it's tied into the puppet becoming a real boy somehow. I forgot what I was even gonna say. Also, I'm fairly sure I just went backwards. That's exactly what we did. We just went backwards. There are 3 endings. I don't know if I can do all 3. The game has auto saves. What I may try to do is figure out some fancy, clever way to duplicate it and showcase all 3. I know you can showcase 2 of them right away, and the third one is like a true ending, and you have to do a lot more stuff to achieve it. Okay, yeah, there's that second roll we were mentioning earlier. Gotta keep your blade sharp. Oh, did we never actually unlock the Stargazer? We didn't unlock the Stargazer. Let's fix that. Oopsie! We forgot the Stargazer. Stargazer? I hardly knew her. Am I right or am I right? Ugh, really, Coin? What a lowbrow joke. Thanks, audience member number 999. I too am the fine purveyor of lowbrow jokes. I just actually have to script them more. You know, I have to think of them on the spot. I can't hold on to jokes for too long. Let's open the door here. And don't worry, we would have been forced to go back to Geppetto anyway. Thanks to the way that it's all laid out. I would say that the game is largely a somewhat linear experience.
Here it is. Vanini Works. Everything you see here belongs to Vanini, the classiest playboy and most brilliant inventor in Krot. Just ask him. Not just puppets. Almost every machine and tram in Krot is supplied from here. You gotta be curious about the guy. What kind of person is he? I wish we could find him. That is, if he's still kicking.
Let's not get all dour yet, Gemini. I'm sure he is. Oh yeah, the Legion charging on the P organ is huge. I wish there were a way you could actually see your own P organ. You could totally go completely unable to store it. That's fine. I don't care about storing it. I just wanted to see the P organ information. I think I have to go back to Geppetto's chair to do that. The electric chair. Geppetto's electric chair. He might have tortured a few alchemists and stalkers when they've made their way in. Geppetto is probably wilier than he looks. He's an old man. He's not, completely worthless. Miracle cure. Buy the miracle medicine here. The miracle alchemist Clark Shore, also known as Dr. Cure-All, has succeeded in making a cure for the horrible plague that has spread through Krot. Made from unicorn horn, blood of a two-headed snake, and boiled down mandrake. Clark Shore has tested it himself and confirmed that it completely cures the plague. The blue plague is not a divine curse. Don't be afraid anymore. Come see Dr. Cure-All, Clark Shore. Prices may vary as it is a limited item. Snake oil? Used snake oil salesman? Yeah, we don't know if it actually was an effective cure or not, so I'm mostly I'm mostly making jokes here. So we were only fighting puppet boys for a while? Yep, this is the first female puppet we've fought. Shit. I'm afraid the big puppet probably noticed us. And we're probably as good as dead if he gets to us. Let's go up before he makes his way back this way, shall we? Maybe we could jump up this way? No, not really, but there is a degree of separation between Big Humongo Boy and us. So far, so good. And we gotta check the windows, too. Gotta be on the lookout for lit windows with silhouettes in them. We also might just have to check lit windows, period, thanks to Toma doing what he did. Although, from what I've read, he's supposed to be one of the few. He's like an exception, not the example. I'm still probably gonna check all the windows I can reach anyway for that reason, though. Honestly, they could have given a silhouette to Toma and it would have been just fine. They didn't need to obscure him that way. Okay, so we have all this. Let's try to get Big Boy over here to turn around. I see you over there. I'm gonna wait. Damn, dude, what a throwing arm. Fine. So the female puppets spit, do they? That's a problem. Don't like that. Cursed material right there. Now, if we could get like a P organ slot that lets us upgrade to being able to charge pulse cells while we actually still have a pulse cell, that would be great. I don't foresee this happening, however. Okay, and it turns out that there probably isn't anything. Yeah, that all that leads... This all funnels us into one access point, and that's over here. Not exactly one access point, but it's basically one access point. Gotta be careful. Don't worry, I have not forgotten our intermission, but I can't take that break quite yet. Nice, I'm gonna overheat in a minute. Anything? I feel like you could go down there, actually. Check and make sure we don't... Okay, we have the miracle cure here. Oh, and also if we were thinking about trying to enter the Venini Works the official way, yeah, the puppets boarded that up. We gotta go through here. You know, Venini, I wonder if you even thought about that. You know, I bet no one was thinking about what would happen if you bound the behavior of puppets to some grand, barely palpable thing in the hands of one man. Surely people have to be thinking, what kind of a design issue or flaw is that? Maybe we'll find out more about this grand covenant as time passes. I want to say Pauladina. I hope I got that name correct. Paulandina, I think that's the name. Told us a little bit about the Grand Covenant, but really not a whole bunch. Electric Blitz is effective for subduing puppets. Get out if you're not a stalker. Well... we're not a stalker, but we've got Electric Blitz. We'll be just fine. Anything else? Anything else? Can we open this door? Probably not. Yeah. We're stuck until we do something else. So let's read this chain item we've gotten, and then we'll prepare to take a break. Actually, a chain that could be swung powerfully, inflicts strike damage on anyone in the area, and spins around enemies that it hits. Sometimes simple is the most effective. A quote from a stalker. You right. Simple is good. Sometimes simple just works. Alright, in the interest of pacing, and the fact that I gotta, answer nature's call, we're gonna take a break. You guys know what this means. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. I greatly appreciate it. Even with more serious discussion topics, we don't shy away from those here. As long as someone isn't being an ableist or an outright piece of shit, I'm willing to hear what they have to say. The second someone is an ableist, a Nazi, we can them. We get rid of them. You can hold me to that on this channel. I take the terms of service very, very seriously. You just got to be careful. Don't sling the word or label around without knowing what it means. And don't just use it for the slightest encroachment of the label. Really let the label work its magic. Do that. That's the problem these days, is everyone wants to use language for their own purposes, rather than, letting some parts of language be fixed. Everyone's too entrenched in this language evolves thing, and language does evolve, but it doesn't evolve all at once. You don't just use it until it loses meaning. Anyway, I'm getting off track, and my bladder ain't getting happier. So, yeah, thank you so much for hanging out, and I will see you after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, ladies and gents and non-binary pals. I'm back. Had to answer nature's call. The call took a little longer than I was expecting. Thanks again to everybody for hanging out with me. Gonna do some major shilling, and then we're gonna get on the road, shall we? First, I want to point your attention to the Discord. It's free. It's free. It's free to join. Just follow along on Twitch or YouTube. I'll come in and get you all sorted out. Unfortunately, I don't have YouTube-specific roles to grant besides the YouTube one, but I will point out some new features. Let's switch over to the recording section for a minute. So, I've come up with a couple of channels that are new, and I've changed the configuration of some of them. The Round Table Balcony now auto hosts any people here that are on Twitch. So if you're a streamer or fellow content creator, please don't let that deter you from coming on and giving your support. That really does mean a lot. Seriously, it does. It auto hosts here on the Round Table Balcony. And if you're a YouTube, Trovo, or Kick content creator, please also feel free to use this. You'll just be in the Round Table projector instead of, the Round Table Balcony. For that, you gotta come talk to me. If you're a Twitch content creator who also has a YouTube channel, Trovo channel, Kick channel, whatever, come let me know. I'll figure out how to onboard you using all the bots that I have at my disposal. I'm limited in what I can do, but it's free. And even if you're not a content creator, you should still be on the Discord anyway. As one of the key features of my Discord is a little thing called content resources. I have a streaming calendar on this. It's an invite to Google Calendar, and you can even sync it up with your basic phone calendar app, assuming you use a Android device. I was able to sync my own stream calendar to it, so I highly recommend you get the calendar invite. Sync up your calendar with mine, and you'll get all the event notices that come out. I update this thing pretty religiously. And it works. It really does, guys. I'm not forcing you to do anything. Please don't take my beseeching or supplicancy as coercion. It's not. Do what you want to do. Just, I have resources here. I put them here for a reason. Please feel free to make use of them. And if you don't, that's okay. Part of my job is explaining things 10,000 times to people. Because people are at work and don't read or don't want to read and don't even like to listen to an introductory video at times. People just want to hear another person say or talk to them about something. I get it. I totally get it. I was like that yesterday with my clients, where I listened to everything they said and I remembered about as much of it as I was capable of doing. Then when I got home and started to compile the client dossier sheet, I forgot a few things. And of course, you can only ask your business clients so many questions before it gets unacceptable and repetitive, especially something as basic as, what is the name of the pets that you're literally sitting for them? That's really freaking important. I digress. I just wanted to point out the Discord. It is here. If you want to go the extra mile and support me financially for any reason, including your own that you are free to totally be private about, I have several levers for this. For YouTube, Patreon, Coffee is the best way to do that. It's in the description. You'll get about 80% of your benefits that you would otherwise get, assuming that you also join the Discord. The Discord is the great gap closer in the benefits that I can provide. It really is. I highly recommend joining it. Did I mention I have a Discord yet? Sorry, that one's a joke. Still. Evening, sir. Little one on the way to bed. Awesome. Going to get some quiet here and relax? Awesome. Hey there, Gracker221. Good to see ya. Hope the little one gets the rest they deserve. You as well, by the way. Let's give a shout out to Mr. Gracker221. Gracker here is a Marbles on Stream entertainer. They stream every Saturday and Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and going about every 2 to 4 hours. Or the stream lasts anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, depending on individual circumstances. We're going to get away from the Stargazer a second here. It's just so there's less ambient noise. I'm also going to turn this down slightly on my side so I can think straight. Good God. Factory noises are hard. Marbles on Stream is a chat participation game. It's a Steam game. You can go buy it. You're welcome, Gracker. Anytime. Ladies and gents, if you guys are not following Gracker, please do it. I mean that, sincerely. I would not be as well acquainted without my streaming tools or networks on Twitch without this man. He is pivotal in everything I do, just about. So please follow him. Like I was saying before, Marbles on Stream is a chat participation game. The entertainer in question downloads the game, of course, buys it off Steam, goes in and curates a collection of marble racetracks or battle royale battlegrounds, as well as any marble skins that they want their audience to have access to baseline. Then, when you get ready to actually play, there's a whole set of instructions for integration with Twitch and everything. All the chat has to do is use the command to play. In some cases, you can even use an emote. I believe Gracker's channel is set up to also take a specific emote, so you don't even have to type if you don't want to. You can just thumb through the Twitch emote panels until you find the one that works. It's great. It's absolutely fantastic. And that's it. You race marbles. You fight marbles if it's Battle Royale, but otherwise, you race marbles. We chat together, we network with each other. We share in our joys and suffering over on that channel. It's a digital cafe. It really is. And I like it a lot. And I do apologize for missing the stream last week. Both streams. Saturday was just not a good day for me, and Sunday, well, I had to meet up with a client that day, and it was almost at the same time as your stream was starting, Gracker. So I really do apologize about that. I'll try to make sure that doesn't happen again. I don't like missing the streams. I really don't. What was I saying before? Right. For those of you on Twitch, shifting subjects just completely. Going back to the shilling I have to get done. For those of you on Twitch, I have additional levers for you. Obviously, you could use bits or tipping in order to give me financial support. Of course, it's never required here, but I'm just pointing out that all the different ways that people can provide financial support, and every little bit of it matters. It really does. I'm always appreciative of the extra financial support people give me. But the main draw of Twitch, by far, is the subscription system. If you already have an Amazon Prime account, you have the Prime Gaming for free. You get one free Prime Gaming non-renewable subscription each month. You might as well use it on a streamer of your choice. It doesn't cut out the ads, unfortunately. You need a real tier 1 sub or better, but it will get you 99% of all the other stream benefits. I refer to the Prime Gaming tier as 0.5 tier. Thank you. I will do that right now. My apologies. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. quickly kind of go over what my protocol is for whispers. I'd sort of been meaning to check that. I just hadn't had to check it in a while. When people reply to me on whispers, I usually refer to the whisper window as whisper 1, whisper 2, so on and so forth. And I don't generally reply to, I don't like say the statement out loud. I just reply to it. That's all I do. And so I'll do that right now. I'm doing well. I hope you are doing well as well. Whisper number 1. Thank you so very much for stopping by on the stream, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I really do mean that. What was I saying? Right. Twitch subscriptions. I'll just try to cut things short as I've been rambling for 10 minutes already. Best bang for your buck is the tier 1 subscription. Please consider that if you're thinking of subbing at all. It cuts out the ads for the channel. You get considerations for multiplayer games if that ever comes up. Your votes count at double quantity. They count at double quantity as well if you use Prime Gaming. But also, if you're a content creator yourself, you can collaborate with me at that tier. That's kind of what that unlocks. It's the pay me to do anything tier. Speaking of which, let's get the links to the Discord now. For those of you in YouTube, my commands work. I need to get some Lies of P specific ones, but you can use any command in here that isn't locked to moderator or above. Discord is one of them. But for those of you on YouTube, you use a asterisk instead of an exclamation mark. That's it. That's the only difference. Otherwise, even commands works with an exclamation mark on YouTube. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are thank me tiers. So if you just want the emote at the end, and you don't care about anything else, and the emotes are good, I placed the really good ones, the calligraphy ink ones, at the top. At the top of the tiers. That's $10 and $25 respectively, by the way. I get half of that. You know, thank you for your patronage. Enjoy the emote, and of course, Tier 2 and Tier 3 do get all the preceding benefits as well. All that to say, there are a lot of avenues for financial support, and it is never required while you are here. I'm thankful to anybody just for being here, and I do mean that. Now, we got Vanini's, factory to work through, and I'm trying to figure out which way I want to go. I want to say we should start by maybe trying to open that bloody gate, or otherwise figure out what's going on with the external part of the factory first. For those of you that don't know, maybe you're coming in at the bottom of the hour or something, welcome to Lies of P. It is a Souls-like game based on the tale of the Adventures of Pinocchio. That's the title of the book, written by Carlo Lorenzini, who goes by the pen name of Carlo Collodi. He was an Italian author and journalist. And The Adventures of Pinocchio is a children's tale. The plot is basically, there's this puppet made out of enchanted wood, named Pinocchio. Geppetto carves him out of this enchanted wood, and from there, Geppetto teaches the puppet how to walk, how to talk, gives him schoolboy clothes, and somewhere along the way, there's a fairy who enchants, or who enchanted the wood in the first place, or who's in charge of the forest where the enchanted wood came from. She promises to make Pinocchio a real boy if he does exactly what he's told. Well, that he's a good boy and behaves. Of course, in the real tale, Pinocchio disregards the things that people have to say, and is a very mischievous boy. Have to be careful. I did not want to use the Fable art, but whatever. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy characters in the Adventures of Pinocchio book in that story. And eventually at the end of it all, you know, he becomes a real boy. But I'll leave the circumstances of how that unravels up for you to figure out. Just know that eventually the tales do result in that conclusion. This is a dark twist on that tale. It's a very wild reinterpretation, and I say it's very wild because of the way that the 1940 film Pinocchio, that's a Disney film by the way, because of the way that Disney has a stranglehold on copyrights in just about anything that infringes on Disney IP is gonna be grounds to have... Hello, can we like... No, okay, there's gonna be ways to get down there. We're just gonna have to keep at it in the meantime. Although we can't go down here. What awaits us down here? You have corruption. And I know there's a giant puppet of the future. No thank you. We're gonna go down and we're gonna go up in someplace else right now. Yeah, this is a nice stark twist on that novel. It was, the game was produced by, or developed by NeoWiz Games and Round 8 Studios, and NeoWiz Games, I believe, published the game as well. It's under their name. It's great. It's the nicest looking Souls-like I think I've ever seen. And time will tell about how great the gameplay is. It hasn't been too bad. Everyone says it's hard, and I assume I will see what that means toward the end of the game when things get ridiculous.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps. It's like something's gonna jump out any second. It's okay, pal. Gemini's looking out for you.
It almost sounds like there's a cricket and a puppet in our little Menard's lamp here. Let's go ahead and turn on our lantern so we can, we have a better visual on dark spots here. I think... Sorry, I kind of blanked. How is everyone doing so far? Hopefully we're all enjoying the gameplay. Because my personality is like that of a wet mop. I do in fact mean that. My personality is boorish. I don't say funny jokes a whole bunch. I'm not a Markiplier. I'm not a Gino Machino. Although he's more of... You're either the chill type or the funny type on Twitch, and that's kind of how you get big. I am neither of those. I am... In real life and on here, I am a solemn... somber man. That's kind of my view on the world, is I am a very serious, down-to-earth person. At least I'd like to think so. I don't have any problem getting flighty or anything, but I can be a bit pensive, and I contemplate things a lot. If you're here looking for something funny, you will probably be disappointed, because I'm not that guy. I wish I was. Maybe if I get comfortable with my own sense of humor, I will be, but I've never been very comfortable with it. Mainly because it's too eclectic. There aren't really aspects of my humor that are relatable to everyone else. And also, I already sound feminine. And people tend not to take me seriously in real life unless they already know me. So I have to fight twice as hard to be taken with any degree of respect. So my personality is a development of all of that. When you're not taken at face value, when you're not taken seriously, what do? You become a serious person. Because you just don't have the room to be a funny person. It never works. Also, my sense of humor is such that people laugh at me and not with me most of the time. Dear Mr. Vanini, as per your orders, I have conducted a quality investigation on the ergo supplied by the alchemists. Of course, it was done secretly. Certainly the quality of ergo was getting worse over time. I don't doubt the alchemists, but the decrease in quality is too widespread to call it a coincidence. At this rate, this quarter's puppets will have a high chance of defects. The most important thing is the quality of the ergo, after all. According to a reliable source, the high-level alchemists are running ergo production experiments lately using another method. Personally, I think their secret experiments have something to do with the decrease in ergo quality. Are they wringing out the bodies of discarded puppets in the barren swamp or something? Anyway, I recommend approaching them carefully instead of complaining to them. Manager of Factory Number 1, Nicola. You wouldn't have any relation to Nicola, would you? Joke. Nicola. That's all I'm gonna say. Nicola. For those who don't know who Nicola is, go watch Elden Ring. Any part of Elden Ring. Vati Vidya. Go watch someone talking to Gideon Ofnir. I tried to merge both names, which is why I said it funny. Go watch a lore dumper, lore archives, a video on YouTube, and you will know who Nicola is. Or you can literally hear Melania, Blade of Nicola, say, "I am Melania, Blade of Nicola," over and over and over and over and over again. And you will have the name of Nicola, ingrained into your every fiber of your being. Okay. I think we might have found a place we're not supposed to be yet. Possibly. And unfortunately, I think the only way up is down. Yay! Okay, so he will bash twice. Got it. Oh, we are absolutely dying to this, by the way. Give me a second, I gotta focus on this. Damn, dude, that is so fast. I will die if I do not. Lie or die, baby. Lie or die. If you told the truth as Pinocchio in the tales, good things happen to you. Here you need to lie. If you don't lie, bad things are gonna happen to you. Well, we gotta drop down now. Okay. Oh, right. Let me introduce you to a... Nice. You guys probably noticed the number in the upper right-hand corner, right? The number in orange got smaller when I got hit. Yeah, that is your souls, so to speak, your ergo that you've absorbed. Salamander, dagger blade, and handle. I want to say that that's got to be it's going to be better against human opponents more than anything. Is this going to lead outside? Ah, 'tis a sort of shortcut. Yeah, you're meant to get this weapon very quickly, as it turns out. I should have fallen in here to begin with. Okay, let's wander through here then. Feel free to play around with any of the channel point redemptions, by the way. You get like 10 points every 5 minutes or something to that effect. No, the rate's a little bit faster than that. But if you see any alert in pink, any redemption in pink, there's audio attached to it. You can redeem that. It costs 50 points to do that. If you want to do something like make me wear a hat, take off my glasses, or make me say something or not say something, all of that is featured there in the descriptions of each redemption. Please feel free to read them at your own leisure. Nice. I always forget this. Gotta be careful. Just had to be cautious about what I was doing. Yeah, I generally clam up a bit when I'm fighting something / don't want to die. Just focusing on the game, which, you know, I don't have to do quite so much. For those of you who don't know, I look like a variety streamer right now, but really, I'm an Elden Ring Reforged challenge runner. I'm not going to describe too many of the particulars of the mod right now. I'm supposed to be on break, and that's what that means. I'm on break. But it is a good overhaul mod. I do highly recommend playing through it. If you want to know more information, please feel free to Google Elden Ring Reforged. And you should see it right away. It's all 3 words. Elden Ring Reforged. Reforged development team is a really good group of people too. The Elden Ring Reforged Discord is like my home away from home. Let me put it that way. We're gonna recollect our ergo here. You're not allowed to run either. And if you get hit once, you are getting punched again. That is a really nasty, like, punch back. Revenge. Hold on, I got a perfect redemption right here.
This is revenge, you witch. And you ghoul.
Ah, the many wonders of automated stream tools. What fun. What real novel fun. Okay, so this red light comes up when Gemini senses an extra dimensional butterfly, and if it stays red, then we kind of have to go, we'll find it, and then we got to beat up the extra dimensional butterfly. Motivity crank. If one ability is strengthened, the other ability weakens. Oh, also we never read our salamander stuff. Let's read that now. A dagger blade designed to make ergo generate overheat. An ergo power source that emits heat is embedded in the back of the sword. The salamander symbolizes fire and purification. In that regard, the dagger was created for a special purification ritual regarding alchemist defectors. Torture, in other words. A dagger handle made by the alchemists. It was made in the shape of a snake biting its tail. Following the same principle as the dagger, there are some alchemists who can expel great heat from an ergo heart. These Baptists who possessed fire abilities called themselves Simon's Fire, the purifiers of truth. We get, let's see, just make sure I've got this. So our fable art here is Ignite, which is the fire equivalent of the electric coil stickhead. And then here we have the retreating stab. Stab an enemy in front of you and move backwards. Quickly move backwards, I should say. Alright, it's just puppets stuffed into a pipe. Puppets, puppets, puppets. A puppet. I don't know. Pop it. Twist it. Turn it. I was thinking of something. We have another one of these. Good. They're temporary buff items. And we're in Vanini's factory. Vanini works, I want to say. So we're going to be making real good use of the workshop union. We're going to go back because we kept falling down a hole when we were trying to fight one of the puppets, and we ended up having to fight that thing with the shield multiple times. Let's go back up here. Yep, there it is, right there. Alright, now we can actually go into the top of the Vanini Works here. In the Vanini Workshop. You can go grab this item. Then we can go around and grab... Maybe we'll get the shortcut or something. This ladder, we could just go down this ladder like normally. And then after what? We end up back on the same path? What did this really accomplish? You just avoided falling down, I guess? Sure. And then we have the Puppet of the Future, which I'm not sure we were ready for. We have the timepiece. Let's go back to the Hotel Stargazer. Go dispense with our ergo a bit. We don't have any quartz, so we don't have to worry about the P organ. Just upgrading stats.
I'll use my power.
All right, here I want a little more capacity. More advance. And a bit more health.
I know my way around a way.
So we have higher technique than motivity, so we do not want motivity crank. We want an advanced crank for something like this. Then we have something in the garden, didn't we? Rest for all travelers, blessings for all friends. Oh, actually, we've already done the whole school outfit thing. Let's change your costume, actually. Oh, sure. Look at her flippity-floppity ears. How about we go confront Geppetto with his would-be attacker and see how that turns out? Don't worry, in real life I would never do something like that. This is strictly because we can screw around with him in the game. See what comes of it.
The city of Krat asked me any...
Hi, Geppetto. Is there a gesture we can use here somehow? Let's see about that, actually. Hopefully we don't come across anything that requires a... I mean, we are, but also I hope we don't. We probably will, though. Can we sell... We might be able to get an extra level by selling some ergo. Although, actually, we should probably really try to get those upgrades. This should get us one right now. So let's purchase a P-quartz, or a P-quartz, a quartz that upgrades the P-organ. All right, Geppetto, put me in the electric chair. Strap me to the seat. Surfing on the circuit. I don't know. I'm doing a little bit of the Magic School Bus impression here. It's not working because I'm not even half-heartedly trying. Let's try to function without more pulse cells for the time being. We have a quartz, we can use it. And we're only allowed to have one quartz of each type, huh? Let's go for the perfect guard fable enhance. What do you guys think about the game? What's your favorite Souls-like? Or any game in this type of genre? I mean, obviously, you guys know that mine is Dark Souls 2, but that's an actual Souls game and not just like a Soulsborne clone. I guess in terms of like Soulsborns, I don't really know. I like the Neo series well enough, but it doesn't really qualify as a Soul. It's got Souls-like elements in it, but it isn't strictly a Souls-like. It's more of a link. It's got more of a mission style map to it where you play it over and over and over again. You're kind of encouraged to grind the game out, whereas in most of the Soulsborne titles, you're not really encouraged to do that. The game kind of lets you figure out what you want to do. Go from there. Actually, let's go take a crack at the puppet of the future before we go down here. I need to be sure that you know, we can do this like right now. We're gonna have corruption to deal with, so let's just review our quantity of supplies here. Decay and corruption. It does remove corruption. Good. I was worried I was going to be stuck. Let's try not to deal with it. Let's try not to The problem is they can turn around at the snap of a dime pretty quickly. Goodbye. Alright, puppet, let's go. Watch us get curb stomped into the ground. They are walking toward me, aren't they? Yeah, see, getting stepped on is not good. Ow. Oh, that corruption does not take long. Ah! Quartz and a radiant ergo chunk fragment. Oh, that corruption does not take long at all to build up. We gonna be suffering? I'm glad I did that now, though. All things considered. Booster glaive. I would read that, but we're going to die if we don't get out of this first. Let's go to the most recent Stargazer. Hopefully we don't... I want to say this is just the lantern in Bloodborne. We shouldn't have to worry about leaving an ergo fragment behind. Death ergo. Good. Really good. Let's go upgrade another facet of our P organ, shall we? We should have just teleported to the hotel, but gonna have to do that now. And then we'll read that booster glaive description. Like I said, I do want to showcase everything, and that means reading. Tons of reading. It's good for you. Reading Rainbow. However that TV show goes. I miss Lamar Burton. Legion Caliber. A correction device used to modify Legion arms found only at the workshop. Legion arms can be modified with the Vanini craft machine. The workshop's correction device, developed to raise the hardness and density of Legion arms. Delicate devices like this require consistent maintenance. And we never did read the crank description either. Increases handle's motility. A crank that changes a weapon's properties. It alters a handle's abilities. A crank invented at the workshop to allow fine adjustments to weapon handles. If one ability is strengthened, the opposite ability is weakened. And then we have this. A glaive blade assembled by a stalker by attaching booster equipment together. Because it's a blade taken from a giant cutting machine, it is heavy but forceful. Yeah, this is like a great sword. The puppet frenzy birthed a generation that lost their families and swore revenge. Axel, who went to war with his father's paper cutter in hand, was no different. Handle. The handle of a glaive assembled by a stalker by attaching booster equipment together. Booster attacks are tricky, but fast and powerful. Not enough firepower? Just add more. A hot-tempered stalker's invention turned out to be more useful than expected, and came to be frequently used, or used frequently among stalkers. Let's see, slash type damage on the blade, with lower stab damage as well. This is telling, oh, it's differentiating the two types, is what it is. Here we get Storm Slash, rush forward quickly to slash multiple times. Patient Slash, gather your strength for a powerful slash attack. Hold the attack button to trigger a stronger attack. So this actually has higher technique, indicating it's like a dexterous weapon, right? Kind of. Maybe that's the wrong way to think about it. Like I said, I'm Elden Pilled, as my dear moderator, Mr. Rowan Darcy, has put it so eloquently.
Welcome to Hotel
Paulandina. I had it right. Give me the quartz. What are you doing here?
My power to...
It's okay. I don't need your power right now. We'll get it later. Geppetto, hook me up. Put me in the chair. Put me in, coach. We had 2 quartz. Let's increase our ergo upon eliminating an enemy. Oh, so this is how we get those benefits. Okay, here we probably want amulet slots. Let's take a look at these level 2 quartz. Lower legion consumption in a crisis, reduce stamina consumption from dash, lowers weapon durability, the consumption for ambush attacks, lower stamina consumption when discharged. Interesting. Increase consumable effect duration, special grindstone effect increased. Increase effect duration. Lower ergo loss upon death. Enhance Fable Catalyst effect once. 1, excuse me. Enhance Pulse Cell Recovery. Lowers guard regain reduction. Let's enhance pulse cell recovery. I think relying on extra pulse cells is bad, but I do think having the recovery enhanced is a good thing. So what I'm going to do now is quickly kind of sell off some hard ergo, to borrow some Souls terminology.
To hotel.
And we're gonna sell off a Radiant Ergo chunk. And did we get an actual... We got another Legion arm, right? That's kind of what happened.
I know my way around a well.
Let's go to Venini's little workbench. No, that's it. I think we gotta deal with Venini to get the rest of them. That's fine.
I know my way around.
Go ahead for the electric coil stick head. I feel pretty confident this is the material I want, or weapon I want to use. Now let's level up, and we'll take the last break. That is not the correct way to level up, Coin. I'm too Elden pilled. I'm okay right now. I feel fine with our health. Let's upgrade. Oh, we can do both? Okay. Capacity and advance. Those are the two I want. Upgrading this feels really good. Alright, so before we get back to work, it's break time, ladies and gents, senators, inductees, aides. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me. I greatly appreciate it. When we return from our break, with some ads to accompany that, thank you for sitting through that. Don't blame me if you don't. We got a lovely little chap to save. Goes by the name of Vanini. Panini Vanini. Anyway, yes, it's break time. I'll see you guys after the break. Thank you. I'm back, folks. I think I might be slightly late, but I don't think that should impact too much. Welcome back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the commercial. I might not have even played an ad during that, as I've just probably realized, possibly. Oh well. I guess we get to deal with pre-roll. I promise I'm a professional at this, guys. Thank you again to everybody who has stuck around with me. And to people who've come and gone too. Not just people who've stuck around, but anyone. Thank you for hanging out with me for any amount of time. I mean that. You can switch, but we can't actually unlock Legion arms. Yeah, that's what I thought. Welcome back to Lies of P. In case anyone was like, "Huh? What are we streaming? What's going on?" Yeah, welcome to Lies of P. One of the things I want to do before tomorrow's stream is get some commands up about, Carlo Lorenzini and some of his work. Maybe I'll do that tonight after the stream ends, is just get those commands set up. While I am here, yet another thing about the Discord, I'm gonna keep shilling this. I have a little helpful resource here called commands. And while I do need to section this off somehow, so that people know that these commands are for like specific things, I do show commands here. I do in fact do that. So if you're ever concerned, like, what's the command for this again? You could wait for me to explain it. You can totally do that. That's a thing you can do. Or you can join the Discord. Did I mention I had one yet? Okay, sarcasm aside, joining the Discord is, I've put together a lot of resources, a lot of documentation. You don't have to read it. I'm not going to force you to read it. But I do want to I put almost everything in writing. I have all kinds of technical documents. In the course of my life, I want to say I've authored... that's a fancy way of saying I wrote it down. I've authored something like 55, 60 different technical documents, not counting my lab work. Needless to say, I've written a lot of documents in my lifetime, and some of them are like 20, 30, 50 pages long. I keep up a lot of extensive documentation, A, because I'm a forgetful son of a bitch, and who struggles with memory issues sometimes, and B, having technical documentation is just good to have on hand. It means I can prescript a procedure rather than I can proscribe a procedure rather than having to try to remember and make it all up. I could be like, I wrote this in my documentation. Give me just a moment, please. And if I read it often enough, I will remember some things about the documentation. I won't even have to pull it up. That's the beauty of it. That is the beauty of the documentation I provide for you guys, is if I bungle the explanation, I have a concise one written down that you could just rely on and use, rather than wait on me to mess it up. Sorry, muffled the cough there. I work really hard on my written documents. See, I'm a former STEM major. I think that life is dead to me now. So I'll just start acknowledging it. If I ever do get to go back to college for any reason, then that lifestyle will be active again. But I've messed it up. I've bungled it. And I deserve to be cast out. And so that's what happened. I messed up and was cast out. No matter what reasons no matter what happened, I messed up. And I have to take ownership of that. And so I am, by doing everything I'm doing right now. But I have technical documents for everything. Having stuff in writing is good. Also, I don't mention this that often, but regulars of the channel will know that I am not a neurotypical person. I'm not someone whose brain chemistry is normal, is human, normal for a human. I'm on the autistic spectrum. So I sometimes just don't think about things in the same way that other people do. And that causes all kinds of miscommunication. But the one thing I do pride myself on is very good written communication skills. Hello. I'm gonna get out of there before I get run over by a flaming hot ball of shite. Just a flaming ball of puppets. Just gonna wait. Just be patient. That is a death. When I was when I was studying as a STEM major, one of the things that my instructors made very clear is they expect not peerless papers or anything. After all, we're STEM majors. We're not English majors. We're not communication majors. But we need to be able to synthesize and explain our rationale from start to finish. If I write a report on the reaction of a synthase inhibitor or aromatase inhibitor, I need to be able to tell you how it works. Yes, there's a whole bunch of jargon from talking about aromatase or to a chemical inhibitor in the body. Like there's all kinds of jargon right there in that first sentence. But I still need to be able to coherently flow when I'm talking about the reaction in the writing. That's important. Communicating clearly is an important skill. Concisely is even better, but at least go for clearly. And don't try to sound super smart by saying super fancy words. Now, I am someone who takes pride on their diction, but I kept when you're writing any measure of lab reports, just the facts, Jack. And if you're asked to do some things during, like, if you're asked to speculate during a lab report, let's say it's a less formal one, where there's some, like, basically what I'll call homework questions thrown in, then yeah, get a little bit more fancy with your words, but only then, and try to do your best to answer the question minimally as much as possible. Okay, and then we unlock the shortcut for this. Okay, that's what I wanted to double check. I don't mean minimally as in bare effort. I mean say it in the fewest words possible while still illustrating your point. That's what you want to do in in a lab report or lab paper. You don't want to take an exorbitant number of pages to say it. The fewer the better. Plus, if you do write a report in basically somewhere between 5 and 8 pages, that's preparing you to write reports for non-STEM majors who don't just want to sit there and read, a bunch of technical, slurry that doesn't mean anything to them. You want to be able to tell them why what you're saying is important. You need to tell them a story. Or at least a coherent set of information, a coherent set of facts that lends itself well to storytelling. That's what I should say. Let's check out our new find. The Krot Fire Brigade's close order axe blade painted red. It was crafted for versatility so it could break anything. The Fire Brigade protected Krot with everything they had to the very end. They lost their lives, but their axes remain in the city as evidence of their noble sacrifice. The Krot Fire Brigade's close order axe handle. The handle is long so it could deal with fires in high places. Their axes were dyed horrifically with blood. It was not the blood of others, it was their own. Okay, yep, slash. It's mainly a slash type weapon. Patient slash. Gather your strength for a wide range attack. Hold down the attack button for a stronger attack. Endure. It allows you to temporarily withstand the enemy's attack. That's kind of a meaningless trifle. You don't really know what that means. Maybe it's like a withstand means poise. Wait for the ball of flame. Great balls of fire. Long story, rambling onward. I pride myself on communication skills, and I pride myself on creating technical documents that I get better with each iteration of it as well. Of providing things like table of contents so that people know what they're reading, as well as trying to like plainly outline what I'm saying. When I was in college early on, I was given a method that I wouldn't say is foolproof.
Ooh, admirers seem to follow me everywhere.
I definitely wouldn't say it's been foolproof, but it helps me write papers a lot. Now, it's called the ABC method. If you're writing a paper and you're trying to persuade someone, or you're trying to explain something, you need a thesis. Your first paragraph is a thesis. Actually, the whole paper is written that way. Let me explain. So let's say you're writing a 5-paragraph paper, right? Intro, introduction, A, B, C, like each point in your thesis that sums up the first paragraph and what you expect your what you expect your audience to get when they read your paper is what each paragraph should correspond to. First sentence in your thesis, the first point in your thesis should be referenced in the second paragraph. The second point in your thesis should be referencing the middle paragraph. And finally, the last point in your thesis should be referenced by the fourth paragraph. Your fifth paragraph should sort of recontextualize the thesis, and then dispense with the conclusion of each point in the paragraphs in reverse order. 1, A, B, C, 2. And each sentence, each part of your paragraph is 1, A, B, C, 2 in that order. And you can extend this to any number of sentences. Like, let's say you had to write, I don't know, instead of like citing 3-ish, you had 3-ish points you needed to make. Let's say you needed to make 6. Well, okay, your paragraphs have to be a bit bigger because you've got more to talk about, more to say. But then your paragraphs will look something like intro, 6 points, so A, B, C, D, E, F. Thesis that states A, B, C, D, E, F in order. It gets a little bit wordy, but you get what I'm saying. That's it. That's all you do. And everything you do to illustrate what A, B, C, D, E, F means in your paper is the same as what you do for A, B, and C. You at least won't get dinged for, I see you didn't, you mentioned something in the thesis and it didn't end up showing somewhere else on the paper because you didn't write your thesis to account for all the points you were going to make. You tried to synthesize the thesis into a single point, when that's not what you're supposed to do with it. You're supposed to clearly illustrate to the reader what they expect to get in that first paragraph. So if essentially it's another way of insulating against too long didn't read, then you can quickly refer back to the introductory paragraph in a paper and be like, this is what the paper's about, and then maybe, you know, the introductory paragraph can help a reader hone back in on key points they read in the paper. Stuff like that. I'm not an English major, and I'm sure that the technical descriptions for everything has changed since I've been in college, but the process is the same. It hasn't really changed. The only thing that's changed is, you know, the people that are reading it, the people that read the papers, and the methods of the people that read the papers. That's the only thing that's changed. Let's talk.
Pleased to see you, my stalker friend.
You made it all the way here unbothered by ruffians. You've got talent. I've never seen you before, but who cares?
This may well benefit our former client. Did you catch that subtle whiff of money in the air? Moneybags himself, Lorenzini Vanini, is inside this factory this very moment.
You caught us on our return trip. We had to deny his ridiculous request in person just to be sure it wasn't a joke. All we could do was laugh.
Keep your whiskers up if you're heading in there. He is the richest man in Krat. Or so they say. Who knows? Maybe he's handing out bags of money to lift his spirits.
Ha! That seems unlikely. No way are we doing that.
Well, anyhow, best of luck. Best of luck to you, my friend.
Are you carrying the latest edition of Vanini's Landmark Guide? It's the most popular non-fiction work in Krat these days. Maduro wrote the actual guide, but Vanini published and financed it. It goes for a premium at the shop, but Maduro might not get his cut. He went missing recently, which of course made that volume more popular than ever. If you can get all 3 volumes collectors want, bet you can get 5,000 for it at the shop. But you're in luck. I have a conscience and a powerful sense of self-preservation. I'll let this one go for 500. That's a good investment. Don't sleep through it. You'll wish you had this, and the price is a steal. Let me know if you have any interest.
Sure. Ripped Vanini Krat's Landmark Guide number 3. This month's attraction, Rose Estate. Warning, this book has been banned. If found, please report it to the city. Sorry, I couldn't quite get that one in time. Warning, this book has been banned. There's a warning band attached that bears the herring symbol of Krat. If found, please report it to the city. Reading banned books will result in punishment. Are you sure you want to read it? Some even handwriting is here. You were warned, but you're reading a forbidden book. You're a bad person while you're reading. So this is what you get. The roses bloom at the Rose Estate. Don't know the rest of it. The end. Reporter Cat. This guide was made with the support of the Red Lobster Inn. Red Lobster. No, that's Outback. Trying to remember if Red Lobster had a jingle. I could go for some Red Lobster right now. Just linguine Alfredo with shrimp or shrimp scampi. Delicious.
So, have you had time to read it? It's the first volume I wrote, so go easy. By the way, I need to mention something before it slips my mind. It's a shame that the original author went missing, but I fear you misunderstood this commitment. I am willing to sell my newest book for 500. No refunds, of course. That's a given. But look on the bright side. That volume of the series is not easy to acquire. Take care you don't get torched.
I get the feeling I'll be seeing you again, my fine, fair, feline friend.
Best of luck to you, my friend.
And Red Fox didn't tell us a whole bunch, so I'm really concerned. Okay, we went there. What about up here? Anything up here? We have this, which is the special purification ampule. That's new, guaranteed. Oh, I need to stop mashing Y. That's my Elden Ring brain right there. Always mashing Y. We already read the Ripped Vanini Landmark Guide, and we've already read these other ones as well. We're given enough detail, but we can't really see who wrote the, like, label cover or anything. Okay, let's go to our equipment and see about this. Okay, good. And we can equip heavier armor, which is always a plus. This is not Elden Ring or, you know, Dark Souls. Like, you want to be moving light, but this isn't the case where, like, it's a playstyle decision. It's, you want to be just light enough. You want to be just light enough that you can wear the heaviest gear you can. At least when it comes to armor. It's kind of my natural tendency in...
Fantastic. The pipe fit like a glove. Well, like a pipe that fit. Idioms, you know?
Well... Shit! Okay, so we've made a big shortcut going back to the original Stargazer. Can go down, up, or like in. Prepositions, folks. Who doesn't like prepositions? My name is Clark Shore. People call me Dr. Cure-All. I intend to confess my sins. I made innumerable medicine sales under the guise of it being a cure-all. At first, even I was sure about my experiment. Early on, the cure really was effective in neutralizing the petrification disease. And why would the great alchemist's records be wrong? I know I stole it, but I perfectly followed the manufacturing process. My cure was perfect. But what went wrong? I dare not record what the ones who got treatment turned into. That was literally hell. And when I realized that I was the gatekeeper who opened the doors, I ran away. How can I atone for my sin? I only try to treat patients and earn a few extra coins. I'm dying and this is my penitence. I also have the petrification disease, but I'm not getting the cure. I'd rather turn to stone and freeze to death. God, please forgive my terrible sins. I can't blame you for wanting to make it in this world, my guy. I thought you were a snake oil salesman. I was wrong. Your sin was twofold. Stealing. And I don't know if I would really call, unless you just didn't test it. I guess that's the power of untested science, right? You don't really know what's going to happen. I know. Okay. Well, fine. Have you seen this eccentric? Have you seen this eccentric? Hot off the press news this month again. This month's eccentric is Mr. J. Hey there, Mr. J. Okay, that was a really bad Harley Quinn impression. I can't do it. My sibling can, but I can't. A gentleman who caused a stir by marrying a puppet. What the hell? Is because of the custom-made puppet? Is it because the custom-made puppet is so beautifully made? Or that Mr. J's peculiarities? Or that Mr. J's peculiarities, even he was unaware of, suddenly burst? Mr. J fell in love with the made puppet at first sight, and they got married even in the face of his family's opposition. But the lovers' secret wedding faced ruin. The enraged family stormed in. The husband was confused. The puppet bride was greatly damaged. She clearly had a soul. We loved each other. Gentleman J became his family's headache. Still makes the same claims. He's even fixing his bride and redoing the wedding. This tragedy was all made possible because of Krot's advanced puppet technology. Let's all listen to our families now. The Have You Seen This Eccentric corner will continue next month. Damn, dude, leave people's love affairs alone. Now, inanimate objects are one thing, right? I want to make it very clear. Marrying an inanimate object, whatever. They can't sign a wedding certificate, but it's an inanimate object. So you can just sign for them. Cool. Animals are a different story. Bestiality is wrong on all fronts. You can love your animal, but you should not love it to the point of being infatuated. That is a crime against nature. Tab does not fit in the slot. That's what biology comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. Tab meets slot. Don't stick your tab in the slot. Don't stick someone else's tab in your slot. Not hard to figure out. We all have our freak switches, right? But nuh-uh. Bestiality's a step too far. Just don't do it.
For my sins, I must kill more puppets. More. I must atone for my sins. I must kill more puppets. More.
I think I'm gonna have to fight you.
I must atone for my sins. I must kill more puppets.
Never mind, we can talk.
More. All puppets must die. Every single one. I hear the sound of springs inside you. You're a puppet too. You can't fool me. All puppets must die. Kill the puppets. I can't tell what's blood and what's oil.
Stop spamming. I guess everyone has the same 2 attack patterns, don't they? Yeah, these are the same. Guess you drove him crazy. Calling me crazy. I guess now we can go back to the other workshop area or other entrance and go from there. I do want to point out we've been doing other stuff besides going to where the... Actually, the Great Fiery Ball didn't mean much, all things considered. Well, since this entrance can be bullshit, guess what? We're popping. Hey, Gemini, I could use some of your protection. Be careful. I gotta focus on these guys. Nice to know we can get upgrade materials. Not even just... So fighting the big guys does have some kind of merit, I guess. Back across the pipe. Back across pipe. Probably through here. That's enough.
I wish I'd known. Surviving was a hell of its own. What's blood and what's oil? I wish I'd known that surviving is a hell of its own.
I see an insect which is making my life difficult right now.
I wish I'd known that surviving is a hell of its own.
Okay, his blade broke. I need to wait.
I'm sorry, dear. I was afraid to die.
I'm sorry, my friend. May you find peace in the next life, free of the risks. And see an insect fluttering about, like somewhere nearby. It's like a small moth. Stays over there, it's fine. Tries to get near me, it dies. Don't do that. Stay safe, little fluttering friend. Just don't come near me. Let's look at the costume. Survivor's hunting apparel. The hunting apparel of the survivor belonged to the one who forsook his oath. When the puppets toppled the tower, the youth fled in fear. He lost his sworn brother and his name that day. It became a survivor wandering in hell. Survivor's mask, the mouse mask worn by the survivor. It reeks of sewage and fear. Rookie stalkers usually wear the animal masks decided by superiors. Perhaps this was even what had blessed the youth's fate. Stalker's promise. Perform the stalker's promise gesture. It is a salute used both by bastards and sweepers. The reason one takes up one's sword is to honor one's vow to those whom one wishes to respect. No matter the banner one is fighting for, nothing changes this vow. We're going to change that up for this one in case we need it. Also, I think let's remember our fallen friend whose madness, or whose grief, whose survivor's guilt drove him to madness. So now we're the mouse for a little while. But unlike most mice, we're not afraid. They can't scare us. Not easily, anyway. And a concern for one's life is not the same as fear. It's in the same wheelhouse, to be sure, but not every time one has a concern for their life is it fear. And did we get a weapon for all that? Is that what also happened? No, we do need to break down some weapons, though. We've gone this way and that way, but we haven't went actually out the pipe into the water yet. I'm gonna let you come to me. I want to be careful about the amount of corruption I'm trunging in. Come on, big boy. And I could see the others, like, right there. Okay, we might have plenty of room in here. Oh, I gotta be careful, though. I don't want to wake up other puppets. I am getting better at this whole perfect block thing. I think I'll be fine. And Lies of P. Not gonna be easy, but it is gonna be fun. I do love fun. Okay, so we see a dimensional we are reacting to a dimensional butterfly. Don't know where. Oh, it's right there, though. Thank goodness they actually stopped me from making an attack there. I was about to waste Fable charges for no reason. Okay. Is that it? Is this it? Seriously? Wow. I mean, I know it can't be. We're like seeing the bottom side of all these different spots. Yeah, okay, so we're exploring the bottom right now. That's what's happening. Come on. So I want to say heading up is what's going to help us out here, but for the time being, we're going to actually go back and see if people have new things to say. What about you, Paulandina?
Welcome to...
Nothing there. What about you, Antonia?
People have no thanks for keep. People have no...
Gotta do it, like, right here.
People have thanks for keep. I see you lie.
You know what I'm willing to bet as well? Geppetto's a genius, right? I'm willing to bet he had a hand in authoring the Grand Covenant. So if we can and the Grand Covenant has 4 rules, right? You know, it's basically, what is it, the Nuremberg rules? They're the same rules as the ones that we use for androids, but there's a 4th rule added. Puppets cannot lie. We can, which means there's only one thing it really can mean. When Geppetto made us, he had to have not have been following the grand directive, right? But why? Why avoid suffusing us with the grand directive? The Grand Covenant. Why? I wonder if it's tied in with... I wonder if it's tied in with his grief somehow. We mentioned before that Geppetto had a real son. And given this man's depravity, or rather his genius, would it be unreasonable to presume that he maybe kept his son around? I certainly think so. It's far-fetched. We really don't... I'm speculating here. We really don't have enough evidence to support that conclusion yet. And I'm not necessarily looking for evidence to support it. I'm spinning a theory here. Why would we not simply be bound to the Grand Covenant. Why? Geppetto didn't just... Geppetto is a calculating man. He is not a man of whimsy. He might be sentimental, but he hasn't shown himself to be a whimsical man. Everything he does has a purpose. Everything.
Welcome to Hotel.
Gonna just sell all these. We're also gonna break down some weapons, like break them into the handles and heads.
I know my way around them.
Symbol weapons. We've kept these. I think what I should probably do is re-break these weapons. Disassemble weapon. Yep. Let's put the dagger blade on the rapier handle. Or if we get any other handles with advance like this one. But I like the rapier moveset a lot. Let's weapon assemble. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and test our well-crafted weapon. We really gotta get quite close, but that's fine. I think I've gotten behind something that I can really truly like. I'm happy. Works for me. Alright, Sophia, level me.
I'll use my power.
Let's go for another bit of advance. Some technique. Our weapons do care about it. Vigor. Okay, we can level only 3. Okay, that makes sense. Fine by me. So my basic strategy so far is to just use the handle. Or to use the mace when I know I'm dealing with puppets. But if I'm dealing with a human opponent, that may not work or be as effective as I think it is. Electric Blitz is just basically a dot. That's what it does. It doesn't do anything else. Although, actually, we don't even have to do that. We can just use the guide. Sure can. Yep. Electric shock occurs when electric blitz damage builds up. Both your character and the monsters will take increased electric blitz and physical damage. Your character will receive continuous damage to your Fable slots. So it's Fable Drain. Monsters will receive increased stagger damage. The higher your electric blitz resistance, the slower it builds up. And then as for overheat, both your character, yep. In addition, monsters will experience slower natural HP recovery. Your character's guard regain recovery amount will decrease. Okay. And then let's see with some of these others. Inflicts continuous weapon durability and acid damage on your character. It increases destruction damage dealt to monsters. And then here we have corruption. When the status effect triggers, your character's HP continuously drains. It doesn't say anything about monsters, so I'm guessing we can't actually afflict anyone with it. Disruption damage gauge builds up. Your character will die, just straight up. I guess it must disrupt the connection between the ergo and the puppet. In shock, your character's stamina recovery immediately decreases. Break. Your character's HP recovery through pulse cells immediately decreases. Okay, so there's 7 status effects. Out of them, I would say there's like a 3 and 1. So we have what I call the puppet status effects. These are the things I think we will be able to access later on as damage types. We already got 2 of them, we just need a 3rd. Corruption is like a hazard. It represents toxic environments. That's pretty much all there is to it. Then you have what I'll call the human status conditions. We have disruption, shock. Okay, I'm sorry. It's 3, 2, and 2. Corruption just doesn't care about what you are exactly. No, I take that back. It's 3, 3, and 1. Corruption, disruption, and break. No, it's 3, 2, and 2. You basically have what I'll call, like, the puppet status effects. You have the I don't care what you are status effects. Although I guess break is technically a puppet. Okay, I figured it out. It's 4, 2, and 1. Shock is a thing that humans experience. It's not really a thing you have puppets experience. They're mechanical. They don't have shock. They become overloaded. And then corruption, disruption are just like general material breakdown status effects. That makes sense. I'm trying to contextualize the mechanics of the game in its world and try to find ways of rationalizing explanations. Because here's the thing, folks. We're on Twitch, right? We have to entertain. Well, you could just sit there and talk about your work week. Sometimes people want to hear the game. That's what they're there for. Plus, I refer to myself as my style is sort of a game commentator / let's player / entertainer. I am more or less like I want to emulate some aspects of Chugga Conroy's content big time. It's what I grew up with. And that means talking about the game and trying to contextualize the game and understand it. Yeah, the man has witticisms and humor to go with it. I don't. I wish I did. But, no, I have the witticism part. I don't have the humor part. Makes me feel like a robot, just a bit. I know, I have a question, chat. You don't have to answer unless you just want to. Do you ever wake up some days and feel you're less human sometimes than maybe you should be? I do. I'll go to the Colvert and probably try to wrap up stream there. I'll have to think about... I'll have to kind of like read ahead and see what a good thumbnail idea would be for YouTube. Twitch, say hi to YouTube. We're still multi-streaming. Your Twitch, your commentary appears on the screen. I wake up sometimes and don't exactly feel human. I have a lower expressive count than most people. It's the tism. It's being on the spectrum. My personality is calm, contemplative, introspective. I'm a very introspective person. I'm constantly ruminating and thinking about things, dwelling on things, wondering. I spend more time than most people. Normally, when something troubles a person, they think about what their actions have led up to. They sort of like process things in sequence, right? I'm doing that all the time. I'm constantly, when I have the spare time, I'm thinking about what happened, what did I do that might have caused events to turn out this way. And sometimes, I'll speculate about, well, okay, when I interacted with this person, this is what I noticed about them, and maybe that's what led to this encounter. I try to think about it from both sides. I'm a very contemplative person. Just again, in case that wasn't clear. Thinking is like breathing. And thinking and dwelling on things specifically is like breathing. I just do it. Another side effect of that, I suppose, is worrying about things. I'm a very contemplative person. That means I'm worrying about things when perhaps maybe most people are like, if it happens, it happens. Can't worry about it. I do approach that mentality at some point when I realize I can't control, no matter what kind of thinking I do about something, the result is the same, then I, work toward writing it off. I try to go, c'est la vie. What will be, will be. But if I don't know that's the case, I'm going to think about it a lot. And that leads to me overthinking things. And that has a tendency to springboard me into trying to think from what I'll call a rational perspective, constantly trying to put things into logic, putting things from a perspective of this happened, so this happened. When it's not always about the sequence of events, it's the fact that someone's perspective changed. I'm very self-conscious too. I'm very self-aware of my own misgivings and other people's perhaps misgivings, as well as my own shortcomings, and feel powerless to change it because that's just who I am. And you either break and change or you don't, and you're the same person throughout. People do simultaneously do and don't change. People grow and flourish but then stagnate. Because we're animals. We're creatures of routine. We like constancy, predictability. It grounds us in the real. It grounds us to reality. And it grounds us to not thinking in abstracts all the time. Even when I'm thinking, I'm not thinking in abstracts. Not usually. I'm always trying to think in the real. I'm trying to ground myself constantly, all the time. Because if I just prattle on and on, like I'm doing right now, eventually I leave the world of real and enter the world of what if. I enter the world of possibility. And that gets me in trouble a lot. Because it would make me lose focus on things that were real. Because I was focusing on something imaginary instead. Something purely abstract, something purely logical. That entire expose I just gave you, that lasted like 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes, is exactly why I wake up and don't feel human sometimes. Because I don't, unless someone is also on the spectrum like me, I wouldn't, no real human being spends that long ruminating on things unless they also have problems. That's kind of how I feel. Oh, what a thing then to stream on, eh? Look, and I need to remind myself this more often. You guys are enough. You're enough. If you're having a bad day, try telling yourself that. You are enough. You are valid. You deserve to exist. You deserve to be alive. Don't let people take away your self-validation, because you can't always get validation from other people. You have to get it from yourself. Yeah, it's great when other people give it to you, but if you aren't supplying your own self-validation, and you're just living for other people, it's not a way to live. You eventually run out of validation to get from other people, or people stop giving it to you And what do you do then? When you're validation starved, you get in ruts. Life gets complicated. And life almost ceases to have meaning because you were relying on validation in order to make it have meaning, if that makes any sense. Gotta find your own meaning in life. Something I still struggle with. And you have to figure it out, because the world ain't gonna figure it out for you. Anyway, I've prattled on enough. For those of you on YouTube, thank you. Thank you very much for watching my potential future senators and inductees. We don't have a size limit on our congressional body, so feel free to swing by the Discord. Join the Discord. Become one of us. Come sit at the congressional table. At the table of storms. And be part. Be part of something bigger than yourself. Nah. Sounds great, doesn't it? Almost like a charity that wants to scam and recruit people. Join if you want to. If you don't, you don't. I get it. Everyone's tapped out on Discord these days. Got it. Gotta shill it anyway. Again, YouTube, thank you. My name is Coin Stamper, Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Tomorrow we'll be streaming again. The normal time. Remember, Thursday is when I will be streaming at a different time. We went through a little bit of a bumpy track to figure everything out, but it's sorted now. We know when we're doing stuff. You should see a thumbnail sometime tonight. And of course, I will mint out the previous thumbnail to those of you on the Discord as well. So, it's just kind of the protocol around here. Anyway, yeah, I don't have anything left for you. You can either stick around or join us on Twitch for the shoutouts. But otherwise, let's just get to it. Stay safe out there, my fellow senators and inductees. And, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. For those of you on YouTube. Say bye to them, Twitch. Let us turn now to the Twitch shoutouts. So, among all of the Twitch people that are on tonight, and there are quite a few. Go check out DV's Grace. She is a small-time supporter of mine, and she also streams, and she takes care of pets. She grooms them, whereas I just watch them. That's the difference between us. But she works hard. She streams all the time, and if you like having all your messages read back to you in audio, because that is how she gets them, then yeah, go check out her channel. Go join the Frog Kingdom. You'll be well rewarded for your trouble. They're playing some Fallout 4. I've played it. I almost beat it. Pretty close, but I didn't quite ever finish. Then, as for another person to maybe shout out, trying to think of something that fits the audience. That's why it's taking so long, and I do apologize for that. How has everyone enjoyed the game so far while you're waiting on me? Hopefully everybody has enjoyed it. You know what? Sure. Go check out a streamer named Black Diamond. They're playing Ocarina of Time right now. it looks like a first-time playthrough as well, just based on the fact that it looks like, you know, like normal Ocarina of Time stuff going on. No randomizer, no crazy UI overlay, nothing of the sort. Go check them out. Go, you know, help people through their vintage gaming journey. Vintage gaming. Now, I'll be back tomorrow, as I've already said for the YouTubers, but I'm going to say it again. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with some more of Vanini's works. We still gotta rescue dear Vanini. That'll probably be my thumbnail as well. Vanini is a friend of Geppetto's, and so that should make Geppetto very, very pleased with us. Pleased as punch. Not much more to say than that. My name is Coinsnap, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You may call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. This has been another episode of Lies of P. We're on episode 2, and we're already at Vanini's factory, which I'm pretty happy about. I thought we were going to be stuck at a couple of bosses for a little while. We might be stuck at the next one. They do keep getting harder. But, I'm confident we'll make it. Like I said, I'm not garbage at Souls-likes. I'm really not. I'm just, my reflexes aren't the best. Don't forget to check out the Discord. For those of you on YouTube that happen to be here right now, check the description. For those of you on Twitch, check the About Me section. If you click on the one that says Ob10 Network, you will meet a group of people like myself, but are doing different things. It's led by a man named PirateTech03. He is working on game dev materials, so if you want to check out a sweet game on the horizon, please go join that Discord. They're a nice little community. They mean well. They really do. But check out the panel that just says Discord. That'll take you to mine, my personal one, where you can view all of where you can meet with all the other people, fine senators, fine inductees that are here. Have I showed this enough times yet? Anyway, yeah. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here in my Discord, in my DMs, here on Twitch, YouTube, Trovo when I get around to it. And, maybe even my Twitter. I mean it. And with that, goodbye.